Good morning or good afternoon, depending on what part of the world you're in. Am I coming through okay? Can you hear me clearly? I did just take a short here, but I noticed it's where the market opens in about 30 seconds, so I came out of it. I don't know, I think I've got about 5 ticks or something, like 4 ticks, something like that. Lost my confidence. Well, it was a working our way up to the top here, and it's coming down. Every time it goes up, it's coming down lower. And I saw this channel up break, new high, followed by a big bearish bar below the EMA. Yeah, I mean, I came out about here, I think. I'd have preferred to come out further, but I just got a little bit nervous. Brands picked a couple more accounts up with your code. I noticed I had some last night, mate. Much appreciated. I appreciate that. Thank you, Brant. That's good of you. I have got it on here, but I'm not going to, blab on about it. You know what you guys do, But yeah, if you do take it, then much appreciated. Certainly will buy me a bit. Well, I think you've got I think at the moment you get about $4 or $5, I think, per one, and you've got to build it up to $100 before they'll let you put it out. But I'm not doing it for that. It's just, if any of you guys happen to take any, it doesn't cost you anything more. But yeah, much appreciated. So anyway, yeah, I took this short here. We had a channel up, short-term channel up, break new high, big bearish bar. It's obviously coming down here, but I got down about 4 ticks and it was up and down a bit, and I'm just thinking it's a bit close to the market open, so I got $108 at it, which is, it's all good. It's all positive. So, in fact, we're coming down here. We've got a leg down here to break. Trouble is, we're sort of coming down here, aren't we? And I've noticed the last 3 touches down the bottom, or here, and here, it's moving its way up. So it's almost moving into a bit of a wedge shape. So I'm not really sure what it's going to do. We've had a bit of a trend, a bit of a bit of a range at the moment, but it's coming into this wedge shape. Now this is more for the day traders, I suppose. Really, they tend to go more patterns, but obviously it's aiming towards this, so I don't know whether it's going to come up or come down. So I'm going to leave that alone for a bit. We've got no more news today, so that's positive. How did you get on yesterday, Brant? Did you get some? You got some money in your pocket, did you? It wasn't a bad day today. Yesterday, that second trade pulled me out of it a bit. Having said that, if I look at that trade yesterday, I actually made an error. Where was it? I can't remember what it was now. I made an error and came in a bit too early, lack of patience. But I noticed my mistake. I can't remember what it was. I noticed my mistake and adjusted the stop accordingly, and it worked out okay, so that's all good. So yeah, we're in this bit of a range. Had a little breakout here, but obviously every time I'm hoping it sort of moves up a little bit here, but what you want to do, Brant, is sign up for an affiliate link. It doesn't cost you anything. If you go onto the website, get yourself an affiliate link. That way, if you've got any trader buddies or trader pals, every time you or your buddy does an evaluation, you just swap affiliate codes. That way, you're helping each other out. You know what I mean? It's just a good way of, if your mate does some, you get a small kickback off it, and vice versa. So it's quite a good way to do that. I had a word with the guy I chat with, Marlon. I said get a key, so I did consider talking to Apex and saying, instead of me getting the 5%, the 10, what'd you get, 15%? Instead of me getting the 15%, can I give it you guys to give you a little bit extra off? Because I'm not doing it for this. I'm doing it really just to help my trading, but the more I thought about it, and I'm thinking, if people get wind of that, no one's going to take any of the other guys' valuations, so they're going to start moaning. But it would be nice to say, you take the, You take the money from it. But I pretty much know what they'd have said. Only took the one trade. There was another beauty trade, but it went too fast. That's the trouble sometimes. It just goes crazy, doesn't it? And you miss out. I did look at this one here. It's tempting looking, isn't it? We sort of bounced off. If we bounce off here again, then I might consider a long or a possible. If we come down here and bounce nice, I might see a possible short. But we're sort of slowly coming down. So you got something out of it. You had a winning trade anyway. One's a good one. One's a trade's a trade, isn't it? It's a winning trade. Sometimes you're only going to get a trade, aren't you? I've come to the conclusion that, you know, sometimes I can't be greedy and go for X amount every day or two winning trades a day or three winning trades a day. You just got to sometimes it is what it is, don't you? The trouble is if you set yourself too many targets and you're not hitting that target, it may force you to, push you to force a trade really. So, some days it's not going to work, is it? But morning, R. How you doing? Seems strange calling you R. R. Morning. Well, morning for you guys. It's just gone 2:30. That's the beauty about trading this market in the UK. You don't need to get up. You need to get a lie in. Morning, Keithy. How you doing, bud? So, yeah, we're on day 4 of the evaluation. Currently up at $1,344 and a bit of change. And we're on day 4, so... we're on day 4, so that's going according to plan. So I'm not going to try and do it in 7 days. I'll do what I can do. I think I've come to the conclusion now. I've just got to go with the market. If the market lets me, then great. If it doesn't, I think I've started to come full circle. But I can't emphasize enough, if you guys are struggling and you're like me going through lots of evaluations, and trust me, I have done a ton of them. If you've done a lot, you ain't on your own. And if you're going through evaluations, I highly recommend streaming, because I haven't had the slightest urge to jump into a trade after I've lost one. Thanks, mate. Thank you, R. All good. So, yeah, if you are struggling, this is the primary reason why I did it. I figured if people were watching me, you're less likely to make a dick of yourself. So far, so good. So we got no news today anyway. I did adjust my chart and put on medium impact news because I nearly got caught out the other day. I can't remember what you guys said, what news it was. Luckily I got out of a trade just before it happened, but it's a quick spike upwards and it would have taken me out. It would have hit my stop. So okay, we got a new high here. Try to go once, push through the image, try to go twice. If that ends up bearish, that's tempting, but we've got the sideways stuff here, so I'm leaving it alone. I'm learning my lesson. So yeah, it's been 3 positive days, 3 green days, which is all good, isn't it? I tend to like a green day. I think it's important to try and get green. I know the panda guy, a lot of times he has red. Sometimes I don't know how he makes any money, because he seems to have more red days lately than he does green days, but I'm sure he knows what he's doing. We're stuck in a tringle. Tringle. What's a tringle? I mean this sideways stuff. Tringle. You know what I mean? Triangle, yeah. Yeah, it says it's squeezing, isn't it? Doing something like that. Triangle, that's better now. I know what you're all about. Yeah, we are, aren't we? Now, I know when I was doing some currency trader, we look for patterns like that, and sometimes if it comes in from the bottom end, the bottom end, and it does this. It'll shoot out the top. I think they call it could break either way. Yeah, it looks like it, couldn't it? Yeah, if it comes up from the bottom and goes to this, they call it flagpole, and vice versa, upside down flagpole, it tends to go. If it comes in from the bottom, it tends to go out the top. But obviously, we opened the day like this, didn't we? So, what did we do yesterday? We sort of pushed up, didn't we? So we may go up. I don't know. I'm not skillful enough to work that one out. If I'm gonna have a guess at which way it's going to go, I'm going to say 50-50. You seen Apex's payout list? They have a running list of payouts now. One guy withdrew 200 grand in the last few months. My Christ! I'll have a look at that later. Well, to be honest with you, if you've got maybe 10 accounts, and if you make say £2,000 on accounts, that's £20,000 a month, isn't it? If you can make £20,000 a month, you can make more theoretically. If you've got the skills and patience enough to make that sort of money, then it's just a matter of scaling up, isn't it? The bigger your money. Do you know anything that concerns me about that? Is there's 3 categories, isn't there? There's hey Luke, how you doing, buddy? There's 3 categories. There's an evaluation, there's a PA account, performance account, and there's a live account. Now, I believe when you go on the performance account for a while, so you're obviously getting paid, and then I believe you go onto a live account, or they copy your trades. They're going to have to do something, because if they're giving you out, I don't know, what's that, 200 grand in the last few months, if they're paying you 60, 70,000 pound a month, they're going to want to get some money out of you, aren't they? And the only thing that makes me a bit unsure about that is, if someone's making that sort of money, why doesn't he take his money, put it into his own account? That way he's not paying, because out of that 200 grand, he'd have saved 20 grand. That's, what I tend to think people do. But I don't know, maybe they're like the security of, having Rhythmic, being able to close the chart down. He's built the money up with Apex, so he's not necessarily, taking it out of his own pocket as such. So, but that's nice to know, that is. That's nice to know. I'm glad to know that people are getting paid that sort of money. Because you do worry, you're thinking, how much, what am I going to earn before people start asking questions, or people start to think, well, hold on a minute, we're paying him a bit too much here. But that is good news. I love hearing stories of people doing really well, because it does give me a lift. Because I'm thinking there are people out there doing it. So I will, Brant, have a look at that later, for sure. But also, you're not risking your own money. Well, you're not. Technically, it's your money, but you've not taken it out of your bank, have you? Your hard-earned money, you've made it through Apex. So I think if I started earning money like that, I think I'd still be tempted to stay with Apex. Your money's sort of sorted, isn't it? There's a certain amount of protection within the system of... And not only that, they'll be taking a cut of it. So, I mean, if he's earning 200 grand in 3 months, they're making £20,000 in 3 months out of him. Say 3 months for argument's sake. That's 7,000 a month. Well, there's no possible way on the planet they're making £7,000 a month out of one guy who's failing evaluations. So they obviously... Because you do wonder whether they're just, all they're interested in is the guys that fail and not the guys that do well. But it's nice to know they're making money out of people, because that does make your position feel a bit more secure, doesn't it? Okay, so we have had this push up. So I'm glad you put that, mate. I'll have a look at that. That'd be interesting. I don't mind taking. 10%'s not a lot, is it? Not really. Not if you're in that. If you're in that sort of money, 200 grand, 20 grand's peanuts. Yeah, I gotta say, the more I see Apex, the better I feel, because you do, when you start to get into a position where you think I could make some good money out of here, you obviously think about the inevitable. Is it safe? What if, I don't know, what if you've got £50,000 in their account and something goes wrong with it? They go bump or something. Yeah, it does, mate. Keithy, yeah, he's just made a point about UK. I believe I pay £50 just to make a withdrawal from an NinjaTrader account. £50. Now, if you're taking 50 grand about a month, it's not a lot of money, but And another thing as well is when it comes out and into your bank, there's an exchange fee, which I believe is 3%. So in 3 months, if you're taking out 200 grand, 3% is quite a chunk. Whereas I know the deal account, I have a Revolut account, which is like an online bank. And part of the Revolut is you can get exchanges, currency exchanges for free. So when I withdraw, I can get it put into the deal account in dollars. I can transfer those dollars into my Revolut account, and then I'll just do an exchange from dollars to pounds in the Revolut account without any exchange fee. So yeah, it does. The more I hear about Apex, the more I see about Apex, the comfortable I feel. So that's all good. At the end of the day, we're all trying to get a better life, aren't we? We all know how much you can make trading, and we all want a slice of it, don't we? I certainly do. I'm sick of earning peanuts working for other people. I want a better life. I want my daughter to have a better life. I want my wife to, well, I think about when I say that. No, but I want my wife to have a better life. You know, I want to just look after my family. Use Revolut, yeah. Banks, yeah, they do. I think when I first started, I put £3,000 into from my bank into Ninja Trader, and they seemed to take a chunk of it. I think I lost about £150. But yeah, they're not stupid. They're making money out of you. But the good thing about, I think the banking system, I know in the UK is the biggest joke known to man, isn't it? You know, we all stick our money in there. We get bugger all for it. Get about 0.5% or 1% or whatever it is, which is at the moment about 9% lower than inflation. They invest it, don't they? They have the nice fancy offices, the big wage packets, the big bonuses, and we get sod all for it. So I'm quite glad a lot of these online banks are coming up now, making it worth your while. But yeah, banks have been ripping us off for years, really, haven't they? What are we getting in return for it? They sit on billions and billions of pounds of our money, and we get nothing for it. But yeah, Revolut. Me and my wife have got a joint Monzo account as well. There's quite a few of these online banks turning up. But I like the Revolut, I've got to say. I like the fact that you get exchange, currency exchange. I think you can exchange 5 times a month. Free of charge, which is, if you are talking about the likes of 200 grand, I can't wait to have a look at that now, Brunt. 200 grand in the last few months. Oh, it's so nice to know people earn that sort of money. You okay, Luca? You went on to a demo, didn't you, yesterday, bud? We're going to have to start exchanging recipes. I'm a big food fanatic and I love Italian food, so if you're going to continue to become part of this group, you're going to have to start coughing up some recipes, Luca. Otherwise, we'll kick you off. He's ignoring me now. I've insulted him. So did anybody else take advantage last night of the 80% off? I know I must have had about 5 emails from Apex early hours of the morning here saying it's running out, it's running out. It's a good deal, I've got to say, 80%. That's a huge deal. Mind you, I don't think anybody's paid full price for a long time now. Okay, we've had a push down here, we've had a break, we've had a new low. We're moving back up in now. I mean, we're certainly in a range at the moment with a slight downward bias. Nothing to write home about. It's not really even really a channel there, really, is there? Or is there? Got to be careful making these sometimes, because you can start thinking we're definitely going down when at the moment all we really had is this this range. Slightly higher on this side and slightly lower on here with a bit of a break. Apparently the Revolut, the top account, you get a steel card, a metal card. Now I have some cryptocurrency, or I had some cryptocurrency, crypto.com, and if I think you're locked up about £300 UK money, you get this Ruby card, Ruby steel card. It's a metal card, and I think I got 2% on every purchase. So even things like my mortgage and our council tax and bills and all our food, I made quite a few quid off that. And I got to say, normal bank cards, they're plasticky, and when they've been in your wallet for a while, they tend to bend and crack and they don't work. But the steel card, they seem to last forever. They do. So yeah, I know the top Revolut cat. I think it's about £8 English a month. I think you get a few extra benefits, but metal, very posh. So you would think, as we broke out of this, we may come back up and retest it. So we've had this small channel moving up. We've had a break out of it. So I'm wondering whether we're going to move up and possibly test the bottoms, or maybe even come into the range, because that's a range there, isn't it? And we've had a breakout of the rate. Well, that's quite a chunky breakout, isn't it? Morning, Bob. How you doing, Bob? Yeah, I'm not convinced that's a break and a new high. It seems to be in its own little range, doesn't it? Own little channel, rather. We have had a small overshoot here, haven't we? Overshoot, break new high. I'm just wondering whether this is part of a possible second leg down. I don't know. What to do? What to do? Is it a great day in general, or it's a great day for you, Bob? We're just happy to be alive, buddy. Maybe a small overshoot here, followed by come out the other side, made a new high. We push down, pull up, push down, maybe. Does seem to be a slight downward bias. But I'm not confident enough to go short there, tempting as it looks. Must have a high bed, mate. Mind you, where are you, Bob? Have you got nice warm weather? It's cold and damp here in the UK at the moment. It's getting darker every night. I think about 3:45 now we're getting dark. We're pitch black by 4 o'clock now. I don't mind getting up in the summer when it's nice and bright. I wonder whether we're in a bigger trend here. See, I do like to think if we break out of this range, we come back up and retest it, but I'm not getting that impression now. Oh, you Canada, right, bud? Ah, so you do have cold weather there. Canada. Yeah, I don't mind cold weather when I'm at home. If I got to get out to work and I got to get out, there's nothing worse than going out and de-icing the car, is there? And freezing. That's part of the reason why I want to trade, so I can stay in the warm. Yeah, I'm not a fan of cold. Well, having said that, I do love I worked in a couple of ski resorts years ago when I was younger, and there's nothing nicer than snow and mountains, snow, blue sky, and mountains. I don't mind that sort of cold. 12 inches of snow overnight. That's like a decade thing for us. We do get some snow sometimes. I think we got some snow due on Thursday, but we did have some snow a few years ago, and it just came down thick, and that was probably about a foot. But you're probably used to that sort of. That's probably a trickle for you, isn't it? That shuts down the country in the UK. That does. Half the airports all shut down with snow like that. Yeah, we don't cope with that. You ask anybody what a snow chain is, they wouldn't have a clue over here. So there does seem to be a bit of a channel, I think. We've pushed down here. We've hit here. We've come back and hit again. But obviously that's not confirmed. Buffalo, 4 feet. Crikey. Do you know, I remember years ago when I was about 9 or 10. My stepfather was in the army. We were in a place called Catterick, which is North Yorkshire, right up in the Yorkshire moors, and we used to get snow that came up to your waist, almost top of your thigh. And I remember all the soldiers used to go around literally shoveling channels out the way and doing all your shopping for you. But I loved that as a kid. I mean, there's nothing prettier than snow, is there? Walking out at night and you got that crunchiness under your feet, and everything's brighter because, I got to say, I love the look of snow. Not nice if you've got to scrape it off your car and go to work, but if you're not working, beautiful. Doing? Assuming this is a second leg down, is it? I've been thinking about if I pass this. I was in two minds whether to try and extend it to Christmas, because you can pay for the second month at still 80% off. The trouble is, if you do an evaluation, you're going to miss half of it because of Christmas, but I'm still going to do it anyway. PA account, rather. I'll still do the PA account. We get down to 3,950. Where's 3,950? 3,950. 3,950. Oh, got you down here, you mean. In fact, I haven't drawn my yesterday's highs and lows. Why have you told me that? No, I didn't know where that was. Okay, so we're already down past yesterday's lows anyway. What was yesterday's high? I always like to mark it just in case, because sometimes it's working its way up, and if you know where it was yesterday, that might give you a bit of an indication, if it is moving up strongly, where it's going to go. Test the range on the D chart. What's the D chart, bud? Daily chart, you mean? Is that what you mean, daily? Not got the daily chart. I've just got a small chart here with the 10,000 tick chart, just to give me an idea where things are going. Some of you guys done lots of evaluations. Have you many evaluations? I spoke to a guy. I saw a comment on one of the Apex channels, Facebook channels yesterday, and he's put a picture of his certificate on, and he's put evaluation number 130 something. I think it was that, and finally I've passed. So that's quite a lot of evaluations, but I believe there's people with a lot more out there. I'm trying just flicking from my phone, see if I can find it. Yeah, I'm sure he said evaluation number 132 or something, and he's just passed. No, I can't find it now. If it is his first one, which it sounds like, I hope he holds on to it if it's taken him 134. I've done a lot, not that much, but I've passed quite a few of them as well. But it's the losses that get to me, although I've had a few losses since I've started streaming and it hasn't affected me. So I think partly I've come full circle and, you know, my mind's getting used to the emotions, but I absolutely 100% know it's improved dramatically because I've started streaming. And when you've got people watching, you don't really want to make a prat of yourself. It does seem like we're making a second measured leg down. Got no news. What happened yesterday? It was just a big push down, wasn't it? Okay. Yeah, so that was yesterday. We had a sort of steady little bit of recovery from that news. Steady push down, a bit of recovery, a little bit of sideways stuff, and we're starting to feather off again. So, you know, we may get that sort of an area again, whether we pull back a little bit and looks like we may get a sort of a downtrend day, bit of a downtrend, bit of a pullback, bit of a downtrend, bit of a pullback. We may get a chunk of downtrend today. Took me about 10 evals. That's about strategy, more about that. Absolutely. I think the strategy side, that's sort of straightforward. That's a given, isn't it? If you're prepared to put the time in to, you know. But yeah, absolutely. It's the mental side of it, isn't it? It's like torture sometimes, isn't it? Got to say, I've had. I'm sort of glad these 8% evaluations come because I I think I did 3 or 4 in one day once. Well, I say one day, probably about half an hour. Because you lose, you think, okay, I'm going to take my time. And you just, I don't know, you just jump in. And it goes against you, so you're frustrated and angry. So then you straight away, you sign up for another one. And then you switch it on to 10 contracts or something like that. And then you go again, don't you? And then you fail that one. I've done all that. And I think, certainly for me, that's all been part of a journey. But I think at some point, the more you do it, at some point you're going to start to realise it just does not work. Now, by the same thing, if you passed in 10 evaluations, you've obviously learned a lot quicker than me. You're probably a little bit more mentally balanced than me. I can be a bit stubborn and pig-headed sometimes. And I think that's why, I mean, ultimately, whatever it takes. But I think it's probably taking me more than most. I think I'm okay at reading market. I can certainly see good trades, like that trade yesterday afternoon. As far as I'm concerned, they don't look any better than that. And I'd have put good money on the fact that was going short, and it did. So we all know those trades where we see those real beauties. But it's having that patience to hold on and wait for those. Because sometimes when you see something that, okay, it's a second entry, we are going along, but it's quite a way away from the EMA, sometimes you can get a little bit too excited, a little bit too keen to get into them. But I don't think people understand how hard or how strict you've got to be and take those real beauties. And I think you only sort of learn by doing it and doing it. It's certainly a process. And it's certainly a process you just have to go through. Some get it quicker than others, but I think the majority of it give up, which is why it's got a. Which is why it's got a 95. I think they say 95% of traders will never make it as a trader. I'm guessing the majority give up because it's not easy. It does take time. You've got to spend a lot of time, a lot of commitment. I've committed literally the last 2 years, 18 months doing this. Everything's about trading. There's never a day goes by where I don't pick a book up, look at a chart, look at someone else's chart, look at someone else's. I go through all the other guys who stream and look at their charts and see what they, and you just, I know an old time currency trader told me a couple of years ago, surround yourself with people you want to be like, and that will get you quicker and closer to where you want to be. Which is why I tend to follow other guys and I look at their chart. I'll go. There's another guy, Marlon. He does. I think he's stopped lately, but I look at his charts. I look at Thomas Wade's. I look at Max every night. So all the sort of better, more experienced traders and Marco as well. On our Facebook group, he does one on Friday in place on Mac. I like his very much. If you haven't looked at Marco's, look at him. He's very robotic, and he goes through trades that he likes, that he takes. So whereas Mac just tells you what was there. I started to, mate. My wife bought me a journal last year for Christmas, and I started writing in it, and then sort of, I think because I've been frustrated with it lately, and I've been quite angry with trading, and I've just thrown money at it, a bit silly. But a lot of people say that journal. I did. Hey Kim, how you doing? I did message V Wilson, and he sent me his spreadsheet. So you can put in a few words in there, and you can put, how much you made, what your fees were, and all that, and it works out a percentage. So when I do. If I can get to this PA account, then I'll start doing that, I think, at the end of the day. But a lot of people say journal, but I haven't done it yet. Varying how they read. Yeah, they do. They're right. Max, very experienced and very good at what he does, but he doesn't explain things as good as Marco. Thomas Wade I quite like. I like him. He's a nice chap. He explains things pretty good, although I saw some of his videos when he was doing some live trades, and I like the fact that he put some of the losses on there as well. But I get more value, I think, from Marco than anybody else at the moment. I love the way he reads a chart, and he goes through it very robotic like. You know, we can't take that because of this, we can't take that because of that. This one I'm interested in. You know, he's very, and I think I get a lot of value from him. I'm just looking at this bullish bar down the bottom here. We've broke this second leg. Trouble is, I've been caught out so many times by trying to pick bottom, so I tend to leave them alone now. Although I'd say looks like it's going to make a scalp, doesn't it? But I've given up bottoms. I've been caught out so many times on them. But we definitely made 2 legs down here and a little 2 legs and a bit of change. Yeah, I like listening to Thomas. They all sort of do different things, don't they? Thomas, he teaches more now, doesn't he? Teaches more as opposed to just showing his chart. I watched Thomas's from yesterday, Marco 11 News and Trade. Do you know what? I actually wouldn't be shocked about that. I know you're doing it with a smiley face, like a lot of traders don't put their losses on, but Marco, when you listen to him, he trades extremely robotic, which I think is a perfect mentality for a trader. So I put money on he doesn't lose a lot, put it that way. He's got one of those personalities that seems to come over as being a perfect for trading. But yeah, I know what you mean. A lot of traders will put their charts, but they don't put the losses on, do they? I always take a screenshot I do of mine and usually put it on the Facebook page. But if I get losses, I'll put them on there. I don't mind, because if I put a loss on there and someone sees it, they may give me a comment, and a little bit of feedback as to why it might have gone wrong. But I think I'm at that level now where I can work out why a trade went wrong. When you know a little bit of hindsight, when you have time to think about it. But for me, it's just lack of it. I know what it is. It's lack of patience. That first one I took yesterday, that was just lack of patience. You like losses? Yeah, I mean, losses are all part of the system, aren't they? I like a loss. If I take a trade that I believe to be a good trade and I lose it, I take value out of that. But for me, a lot of the time, when I've lost a trade, I really know I shouldn't have got in it in the first place, so I get a bit frustrated with that. So I've got no problem with losing a trade if I thought it was a good trade to take, because I can get some, I can use that. I like watching V Wilson. I watched him for a long time, actually. He's the one that sent me the spreadsheet page. So you can, it tallies up all your trades. I watched him, and a lot of people thought he was doing a live account, but he was on a demo, and I've got to say, he killed it every time. He made, even on a demo, ridiculous money. It was a shame it wasn't real. But I think he started doing some evaluation and then started losing a couple. So, whether it was down to the psychology again, because obviously trading on a demo, there's no psychology doesn't come into it. There's no emotions. But I noticed he's put a few videos up. I watched one last night. He's put a few videos up lately. But I chatted to him via email, and he sent me. It was good enough to send me a spreadsheet. I mean, the way I see it, we're all in the same boat, aren't we? We're all trying to learn this. We're all trying to learn this business of trading and make better lives for ourselves. So, I've got time for anybody. I won't knock anybody who has a go at it, because I know how difficult it is. I'm following Top Pick trading course. Addition to Max. Right, Top Pick, I think, is Marco. I'm sure Top Pick, yeah. He is back going a new evaluation there, yeah. He's back, yeah, doing evaluation. Yeah, he did quite a few, didn't he? And then he put, this is the last one. I think he lost got a bit downhearted from it. And I totally get that. It's sort of easy on a trade. But having said that, he can trade on the valuation, so he's obviously got the skills to trade. It's just the emotions, but he's a really nice guy. But I watched one of his last night. I watched one of Thomas's. I do every night. When the wife and daughter go to bed, I sort of pour myself a nice glass of single malt, and I watch everyone's charts for the day. The key to tell if it was a sim is that he held 40-60 contracts. I got a single bit of slippage, delayed fill. Oh, is that it? Is it? Everything fell together immediately. Right, so I'm assuming you get a bit more slippage then, do you, when you're trading a live account? Got to say, seeing him do those trades, he was making 15, 20, $30,000. Oh, that'd be nice, wouldn't it? Imagine making that sort of money. Good grief. Oh, it'd be lovely, wouldn't it? It'd be nice to be able to make that sort of money. Where are you from, Kim? Are you from the US as well? Just trying to look at your surname. Saltvik, is that like a sort of Eastern European type name or not? Obviously Kim isn't. Oh, you're Norway. Ah, okay. So it's probably a bit cold over there for you, isn't it? Sounds like Norwegian. Oh, you got that right, yeah. Norway. Ah, right. There's another guy on our group. I think he's from Norway. I forget his name now. I spoke to him a bunch of times. He's helped me out. I don't think I've seen him on lately. So I can find his name. I spoke to him a bit. He's helped me out. Let me see if I can see him. Yeah, top pick trading is Marco. Let's have a look. No, not seen him on there lately. But I've had some private message chats with him and he's helped me out. People are happy to help you, aren't they? That's the way I see it. I talk to Marlon quite a lot. I have chit chats with him. I've chatted with Jimmy on Facebook. I'm just trying to find the message now. Can't find his message now. Oh, there's another guy as well, Jope. I haven't seen him lately. He's a nice guy. I've spoken to him a few times. He's helped me out a few times. And Daniel, is it Cushin? Daniel. I think he'd give me probably one of the best bits of advice I've had when I was just searching for patterns. Yeah, getting cold. I know the British Army go over to Norway a lot and do a lot of their sort of winter training there. Daniel is, yeah. In fact, I was in a conversation with Daniel on Facebook about 7 or 8 months ago, and a guy had just joined the site, and he was, I don't know, he was making comments like, "You're all doing it wrong. You should be doing this. You should be doing that." And I think Daniel at the Times made a comment, well, I made $400,000 last year, which I can believe. He's a solid trader. But I think he's involved with a forum. I got invited to join this forum, I don't know, 3, 4, 5 months ago. And I joined it for a week, but I found it a little bit of a distraction for what I was trying to do at the time. So I thought I may come back to it. The trouble is, sometimes you get involved in these forums and it takes your mind off, the trading a little bit. But yeah, Daniel, he's a good trader. Daniel, he's given me some good solid advice. If you are going through times, that's difficult, I advise you to screenshot your chart for the day and post it on the Facebook group and ask for some feedback. I did that for a long time, and I had some really good help. Let's have a look at this. Okay, so we've got this trend, haven't we? A bit of sideways movement. Are we going to make a break and a new low? That's if we are in this channel, which we sort of seem to be, don't we? Or it could be a push down, a break, and a few pushes down to a new low. So we could make a bit of a bounce, or we could carry on down. Certainly not confident to do anything just at the moment. Although I wouldn't be surprised if we had this little break and then move down here. Certainly looking quite bearish, isn't it? It's just no real setup though, is it? There's not even a second entry there, so we've had a push up first entry. I'd want to make a break through this and then make a lower high. We have stayed through it, so I'd like maybe this to come down a bit more and then a lower high. But we have got all this price is holding here along here, isn't it? So there's no setup anyway, is there really? I certainly get the impression we're coming down. One push down, we may get a little pullback, and to continue and make a new low. Channel does look okay. Starting from up here, we've clicked here, we've sort of touched here and here, haven't we, before we've broken out. But I don't like the way it hasn't come necessarily back to this side. So we've gone sideways, we've had a break. We're going to get a second entry here. Just wondering when there's going to be anyone long here. So the 10,000 tick chart is looking like it's working its way back up to the EMA there. Had this push down, a little bit of decreasing, haven't we, and increasing to go higher, so maybe we are going to go a bit higher. Who knows? Certainly not obvious, is it? Do you know what? Let's move this out of the way a minute. What trading hours? What trading hours? When you get a chance, what trading hours are you set at? I'm not sure what you mean by trading hours. You mean, not sure what you mean, mate. Trading hours? If the chart's a little bit different, that's normal, that is. I will reload my historic data, and it may change a little bit. But yeah, it often is, mate. I've come across that question so many times, and Max addressed it quite a lot of times as well. So I'm not sure what you mean when you say trading hours in the data series. Data series. Hold on a second. Data series. Right, you might have to remind me how to get that again. It's just that little box in it. Data series. Are you? What do you mean, mate? Trading hours. Obviously, my. Were you on about CME ET8? I'm not sure where I find that, mate. Brant CME ETH. How do I find that? Let me think. It's not here, is it? How do I find that? Pretty sure there's a little box you can get to pop up which tells you something. It's not plot and that, is it? It doesn't come under that, does it? Maybe time zones. Tools. Right. Okay. So are you on about where Mac has his screen going grey in parts and then white? Is that what you mean? If that's what you mean, I did install them, but I just found them a little bit distracting. Right click chart, yeah. Data series, okay. Right, does that help you, mate? Oh, excuse me if you can hear dogs barking. Square box with bars at the top. Instrument, is that what you mean? Square box with bars. Square box with bars. Square box with bars. No, different. No candles, different. A square box with bars. That's not what you mean, is it? Square box with bars. You have no trading hours set. Is that a problem? You mean, you know where Mac has it where it has its grey and it turns white for a period of time, so he sort of gives it an indication of what hours he... Is that what you mean? It's not a problem, is it? I don't think. If you don't have any trading hours set. It's just more for a preference, isn't it? Or am I missing something? You got me worried now. Candles often different with tick charts according to Mac. Yeah. They do differ for sure, yeah. Okay, see. Let's have a look, in fact, that. It was already there. Instrument settings, not CMA. Time frame section. Is it a problem? Have I got to adjust something, or is it okay? Have I missed something, or is it not an issue? Is it? Data series. Why is that not clicking? What your colours look like? Mac has is set to CME US. Index futures. So would I need to change mine, or is it okay? You had the correct tab open. Just go like 10 lines down. What tab was it? Remind me again. Wasn't that one? Was it? No, it wasn't that one. Let me have a look. Not a problem. Okay. You never know, CD. I mean, I don't know everything about this. It does make you wonder sometimes, because no one teaches you how to set it up perfect, does it? So it just might be why he's got the hours slightly different. You had me stressing there, Bob. I nearly reached for my bottle of single malt then. Right, okay, so let's have a look at this. What are we doing here? They fit quite nicely at the side, so I've gone from this top bar here, fits nice here, fits nice here, fits these two tight. It hasn't pushed up quite as much there, but we've had a break and a new low here. That's what I'm seeing anyway, breaking a new low. Breaking a new low. I don't think I can adjust that to make it look any different, can I? No, I don't think. Let's leave it that, see what happens. If you change it to the same as Max, it would be similar to most of us watching, and probably more similar to Max videos when he posts. The candles. Oh, I see what you mean. Where was it? It wasn't here, was it? Chart Trader, data series. Okay. Let's pull this over a minute. Let's have a look. Let's not get down anymore. So what will I need to adjust? The candles. You on about here? You'll have to speak to me like I'm a child, otherwise I'm not going to get it. Trading out. Oh, here. Right, okay, that's what you mean, isn't it? Trading hours. So, tell me now, what do you think it should be on? Is it, let me have a look, CME ETH or CME US? CME, let's have a look. CME. Let's have a look. Select a drop down box, right click CME US Index Futures ETH. Okay, we have a look. CME US Index Futures. CME US Index Futures. Right, is that the one I'm hovering over now? CME US Index Futures ETH. Is that looking right, Brant? I think you're right, 30 seconds behind me, I think, mate. Yes. Click. Apply. Okay, is that? Oh, look at that! It was a nice trade there. Okay, that seems to work okay. That's it. Happy days. Happy days. Cheers, guys. Whatever I can do to look like the masses is good for me. There was a bit of a short there. Second entry short. Trouble is, it's a little bit sideways for me. And we've already had a break. Oh no, technically we've had a new low there, but it's just a little bit. Now reload your historic data. Okay, this will probably make it look completely different. Let's bring them where it is. See if the channel looks the same. Loading. Great. Okay. Yeah, that looks. I've still got it in the right place, haven't I? Yeah. Okay. Brilliant. Excellent. Good. Whatever makes my chart look more like everybody else's. Everything looks similar, doesn't it? Yeah. Brilliant. Thanks for that. Right, so okay, so we've got a really nice steady downtrend there, haven't we? Are we going to continue? So let's get a bit closer in. Okay, so we've had a break. 1 or 2 legs down to a new low. So this is a second entry short, isn't it? Let's have a look. That's a hidden second entry short. Boom, boom, boom. I like the way it's nice and tight to there, but I don't know. We've had this break, 2 legs down to a new low. I'd like to think we're going lower. I've got to do it, haven't I? Oh, balls. I've missed that, haven't I? It's not come down enough yet. Okay. What was that? 10 bars. No, I'm going to have to I've missed that, haven't I? But that's a hidden second entry short. Anybody else take that, did they? Yeah. Wasn't quick enough. I should have dropped it. I just had, you have that, because we've had a break and a new low, that little bit of hesitation, but that would have been a great trade. That's exactly where I love taking those trades. Them big bearish bars right tight. The upper part of the body right tight. Yeah, well, we miss them sometimes. That would have been... I was tempted to come here a bit lower, but no, my luck. I think it was quite a small bar as well. Was it 4, 5, 6? Only 2 points, that. 2 points. Oh, that's a shame. Considered it because of the... Yeah. I mean, sometimes when you get a little bit of break and a new low, that's when it can move in the opposite direction. Sometimes we might sort of push up a little bit, come a bit further over and make a bit of a correction, and then if we're going to go down again. And that's a hidden second entry, that. So that would have been a good trade. I wasn't quick enough for that, but often some of the best trades, they do move pretty quick. But okay. What would I have got out of that one? I'd have probably got a 1-to-1 there, which is 2. In fact, what I've started doing now sometimes is, if we're in a downtrend and I'm expecting it to continue to come down, I tend to swing trade the whole thing. And I would have possibly, after that bar finished, I would have possibly come out around there, maybe 4 points, before I lost my bottle. But there was, yeah, there's over 6.5 points in that. So that one so far, if you don't count these little bits, it's sort of down 2 pushes up, isn't it? But a second entry, hidden second entry. I think that was a good trade. That was. Hey Jimmy, how you doing, buddy? I widened the DT and mine looks good. So in other words, you haven't counted that as a break, yeah? Is that what you mean? The only reason I thought about widening it, but it touches really nice here. So are you on about something like that, are you? Oh yeah, that's not too bad. That does look a bit better actually. Touching, nice. Yeah, that was a nice trade, wasn't it? That's a nice trade. Might be more of a spike and then a channel. You're about taking it from here, are you, Brant? I think that doesn't look too bad, does it? Touching here, touching here, touching here. Same again, touching here. Not looking too bad on the other side. Correct. Gives 2 touches on the bottom. Yeah, it does. It's not an exact science, really. That's the trouble, Chad, is it? I suppose you get better with experience of... so you may be lucky and just get a nice, slow... It's not a massive, steep downtrend, is it? But it's quite a consistent one. So we may... who was it who mentioned this line down here? 39.50. Multiple channel. Yeah, that's the trouble. You get channels within channels, channels within channels within channels, and sometimes it's hard to get a bit lost, isn't it? That was the so far trade of the day for me, that one. Nice hidden second entry long. Let's make it a bit bigger. That's why I love taking trades right there. Top of the body, right hugging the bottom of the EMA, nice and bearish. Doesn't look any more bearish than that. Hey Chad Aldridge. We had you here before? I don't think so. Where are you from, buddy? Are you US? I think most of you guys are from the US, aren't you? Apart from Kim and Jimmy. So it's early morning for you guys there. That's the beauty about trading the ES in the UK. Market doesn't open till 2:30 in the afternoon for us. So you can get a lie-in. Oh, I'm frustrated I never took that now. Oh well, can't do that, can we? It happens. Okay, so nice consistent downtrend, that's what we like. Makes trading a bit more straightforward, doesn't it? Shame we don't have more days like that. Alabama. Oh no, mate. I appreciate you watching. I'm doing this primarily to have some. Well, basically, so I don't look like a tit when I do something stupid. So you're accountable, really, aren't you? If you, well, I don't know what job you do, but if you were doing your job and you had someone looking over your shoulder, you're less likely to do, to cock up, aren't you? So that's my thoughts, and I've got to say, since I've been streaming, it's maybe 5 or 6 days, I haven't revenge traded. I haven't even felt the urge to jump straight back into the market. So it's clearly worked for me. So don't ever go away, you lot, otherwise I'm screwed. I don't know, if it helps you guys and helps me, guys, happy days. We're all trying to do whatever we can, aren't we, to get better at this game. Okay, so we did adjust that chart, didn't we? So this now looks like a clear break of this. That's quite a quick push up, isn't it? Looking at this chart again, I think it is right where it is. So this is clearly a break, isn't it? So whether we're going to have a break and maybe some sideways movement before we carry on down again, or maybe I'm going to move straight down. But the channel looks good to me. Makes you question the channel. See, yeah. See, it started from here, it fits here, it fits here, fits here, and it fits pretty good there. So I think we're somewhere along the lines. But if I look at it, I couldn't categorically say where we may. I suppose if we go back, if we take that back to there, that fits better on the side. So we could have had a break and a few legs down to a new low, and this is maybe working way back up. It's hard to say really, isn't it? I suppose you've just got to adjust it how you see fit. I don't like the top side of the channel. I don't like that the top side of the channel didn't confirm until the very end. Just might, yeah. Yeah, see, it looks, I mean, the bottom certainly fits perfectly. That fits there, that fits there, that's close enough. That fits there, there's a break. So we've certainly had a break, whether it's here or whether it's one of these. It's hard to tell. Okay, let's leave it there and agree that we've definitely had a break, whether it's here and push down to a new low. But let's see where we go from here. Okay, so we've had a break of this small short-term trend channel here. And what do you call that, a triple test? It sort of is, isn't it? I prefer it to be a little bit higher and a little bit tighter. Okay, so that's the second entry short, isn't it? What makes me nervous? Oh, it's so tempting, isn't it? It's very tempting, that. It's sort of a triple test, isn't it? Something doesn't feel right, so I'm going to. So we've had a break. We haven't had a new high, have we? But we don't necessarily on a downtrend anyway. I don't. Yeah, I mean, the fact that that one's printed nice and tight to the side of it makes me nervous anyway. Yeah, there we go. Quite glad that didn't trigger, but something didn't feel right there. I don't like that big push up, just a little. That's not a new high yet. Yeah, we're getting a bit of congestion there anyway. Yeah, so you get that sideways movement when people are unsure what we're doing. Is this a break? Are we going lower? Have we already had a break and going lower? Are we moving higher? So you get that area of uncertainty, don't you? Where you get a reasonable balance of buyers and sellers until eventually, you know, one of them wins over. That's definitely starting to look congested. I'm just going to switch my mic off a sec while I just nip to the bathroom. I'll be with you in a minute. Okay. Let's have a look. Sidewards. Would have been nice riding that down. To be fair, I'd have lost my bottle around here, I think. Just can't do nothing there, can you? Excuse me a minute, guys. I got a message from my daughter downstairs. You want something? Bear with me a second. My apologies. Daughter's making a mess downstairs. Okay, we've had that break. We've tried 3 times to go higher. So I'm looking for a lower high here, or a failure, I think. I don't think we're going to be going up higher. Yeah, hard to figure out this channel down. Members of Mac's site. This is how he has it for now. Yeah. It's not mega clear, is it? I just tend to put it where it seems to look right, but just bearing in mind I might have it out slightly. So we've had this push up, haven't we? We've had a break once, twice. We tried to go higher 3 times and we clearly haven't. We've had this push down. I mean, we could be pushing down, a couple of legs down and up to make a new high, but for me it's struggling. Prices are struggling to get up there, and we have been bearish, so I'm still thinking bearish at the moment. We have had this push out and we're a little bit sideways, haven't we? But the shorts have sort of taken over for now, so I'm looking for shorts if anything. I mean, yeah, this looks like it's going lower, doesn't it? Tempting, isn't it, to jump in, but and that's the trouble when it comes away from the EMA. You've got to wait for it to sort of recycle itself. Yeah, that was the trade of the day so far, that one. Frustrated I missed that, but it did move pretty quick, didn't it? Trouble is, once it starts to go, you know, the longer you take to get into it, the more and more your risk gets increased. So sometimes you got to... I did talk to a trader once and he said, he gave me some few tips, and he went, never stress about missing a trade, there's always another one. Sometimes you think, oh, it's taken off, I'm going to jump in. You jump in and guarantee by the time you do that, it turns around and comes and stops you out. So if you miss a trade, move on. Yeah, so I'm still thinking bearish at the moment. Bit of a break, bit of sideways, push down. So for me at the moment, it's bearish. Although there's always the possibility we may sort of maybe in a bit of a larger range. Who knows yet? We don't know yet. I'm not convinced I know what's going on yet. We've had this break. We may be pushing down a bit and moving a bit higher, but so tempting, isn't it? That so tempting. Very tempting. I mean, it's a massive bar, that, isn't it? And there's a quick bit of movement, isn't there? So that always makes me nervous. That 19 ticks that bar, you get above it and below it. That's the 10,000 tick chart at the moment. So we've had this little early bit sort of stagnation, then we've had our pushes down. Maybe we're making a couple of legs up back to the MA, and then maybe we'll come lower, or I don't know. But it does seem to be push up, come down, push up. Maybe we are trying a couple of times to get up here. Well, I concur, it's still bearish. But that key area can go both ways, absolutely. Yeah, so we've moved this channel, haven't we? We've had a bit of a break and a new low. First entry. Possibly coming back up to here, I don't know. Or maybe something like that. I tend to sort of open up all avenues now, I do, because sometimes I won't spot one of these until it's moved, it started to happen, and sometimes you can miss some good trades. Yeah. Yeah, down here, yeah. Well, usually when we get a break, we are making an extreme in this case. The new lows, but somebody mentioned this earlier. 39.50, I can't remember why, I just put it on here. Just out of interest. She's making a run for the lows. Looks like it, doesn't it? We've had a push down here. Maybe we're going to have another push down here and break this low. So this channel here I've got could be valid, couldn't it? So okay, so if we can go up a little bit more, and then there's no setup at the moment, so here's the... We've had one leg down, haven't we? Pull back, another leg down, which will take us round to about here, which is lower than that, isn't it? And lower than this. So I think, yeah, there's a reasonable chance we're coming down here, aren't we? But at the moment, there's no setup. As tempting as it is to dive in there. So many times I've just jumped in and it's gone a couple of ticks and reversed on me. The only way to trade these really is just to sit there patiently. Sometimes you get an easy day where you get a couple of trades early. Sometimes you're sitting there all day and you get one trade. But you know, I'm starting to learn the hard way. I'm starting to realise that there's only one way to trade a charter. You have to sit patiently. Otherwise it just does not work. She could still bounce from here. So hard to tell. Yeah, absolutely. Wasn't sure here, was it? This is certainly a new low, isn't it? Generally you make a new low, don't you? And we are in a good downtrend, so this is an area of interest, isn't it? If we can get a little bit of a push up followed by a bearish bar below here. But we have got 1, 2, 3 touches on this area. Let's just get this out of the way. And that one. Okay. Now I'm hoping this finishes about here. We get another candle which pushes up and pulls down and ends up nice and bearish here. Okay, that looks okay. If we can get a push up above this, followed by a nice big bearish candle, I'm tempted to go short there, because that would sort of be 2 legs up. So just in case. I mean, that's where you want to take it, although the EMA has gone quite flat, isn't it? Yeah, there's definitely some area of indecision, isn't there? Nah, you can't trade that, can you? Well, look at the 10,000 tick chart. It does look like we may push back up to here again. It's hard to tell, isn't it? You can't really trade that bar, can you? It's as close to a doji as you can get, really, isn't it? Okay, I don't think that's valid. Break, new low. Does look like it's trying to go lower, doesn't it? That could be our answer. Yeah, I think there's a good chance now we're going to break the low of the day. This is trying to push up here, isn't it? It may just go and drop down. There's no setup there, there's nothing there really, is there? Not really, that's just untradeable. Although you've got your scalp, it's just too risky, that. Well, in fact, if I get rid of that, there is the possibility that we are in this bit of a range here. And we've had a failed breakout of it, so there's a possibility we may come back up here, I don't know, but that push through there certainly did give us the indication, but based on the buyers there, they got other ideas. That's the beauty about having the patience to just sit here, and because it's none of it's definitive at the moment, is it? We're up, we're down, we're up, we're down. We're definitely in an area tricky. I preferred your first answer, ticky, whatever that was. Yeah, and it's understanding what's happening, isn't it? And you know, just thinking, well, you just got to let it play out. I keep hearing in my head that Max says it's the skilled traders that sit there patiently and wait for that right time. And sometimes when the more long you've been sat here, I do find the longer I've been doing it, my patience do get better and better. But yeah, I still have that little voice inside his head. It's the skilled trader that sits there and patiently through times like this. sometimes you feel like you've got to find something and you're hunting down for something that looks like a trade when what you should be doing is waiting for a perfect trade to appear before your eyes, like that one really. 2 legs up, that's the trade of the day, that one. And if you had the patience to ride that extra little pullback, you'd have got some 10 points out of here. Triple test lower failed. Yeah. Yeah, so we could be in a bit of a range. Failed breakout there, possible failed breakout there. I can't see how this would be any lower. Maybe here, but it's got more touches, I think, around there, isn't it? Or there, that might be better actually. But usually when we've had a good strong downtrend and we do this sideways, it sort of corrects, doesn't it? And then eventually off it goes again. But yeah, she was, mate. She's gone higher now. She's coming back down again. Yeah, but if you look sort of here, it's getting a bit lower and lower, isn't it? And I don't know. Yeah, exactly. It's not clear at the moment, is it? That's for sure. Do you know, I had a message from Mac once, a while back. And for some reason I had the impression that Mac takes lots of trades a day, but he told me he only takes 2-3 maximum trades a day. Usually a couple he likes. So even someone as good a chart reader with the skills as Mac still looks for those real, those real beauty setups. Like that one for sure. That's the best one of the day, that is, in my opinion. But yeah, even Mac only takes a couple a day. I've got to say, when I started, I was sitting here for 6 or 7 hours a day before I realised people just don't do that. See if I can see a larger pattern. Oh, there's nothing really, is there? Oh, I suppose that's possible. How do you get your bar size next to your entry bar? That one there. Oh, what is it? That, hold on, let me tell you, is called indicators. If I click on it, bar size counter from www.ticktec.com. TickTec. It was free. TickTec.com, and I just downloaded it. There we go. Down we come. There's our new low. So that's got that. I think we sort of knew it, didn't we? We had a break, a little bit of a sideways. Even when we were going sideways, we were still slowly working our way down. I think we sort of knew this was the likely scenario. No problem, mate. JJ Productions, anytime. No problemo. Yeah, it's free, but that is, so just go onto the site and download it, and away you go. It is nice. I like that, actually. It just tells me exactly what that bar is. And obviously that number there tells me what the previous one is, so it saves you having to try and work out, doesn't it? Nah, nothing there, is there? Who mentioned this bar? Who was it? I can't remember. Was that you, Brant? Somebody mentioned this 39.50. But for the life of me, I can't remember who. And I can't see nothing over the last few days why it was mentioned. But it looks like it may be relevant. Okay, there's our downtrend, break new low. We push it up, retesting this. Just trying to think if there's a bigger. Sometimes we'll get this push, pull back, and another push. But I think we've already sort of had that with there, haven't we? Push, sideways push. No, I think that's that, is it? From last row. Ah, right, okay. It's come close to it, isn't it? Does that tend to just act like a magnet, does it? Is it likely to bounce back off, or is it? Could it do either? I suppose it could go through, couldn't it? Okay, I want that to go higher up here before I consider taking something there. Okay. One push up, two pushes up. If we can get up here somewhere, you can go through, but it's likely area for price to pivot. I'll come back if we break through it, yeah. Okay, if we can break above this and get a nice big bearish bar here, I'm pretty sure we're moving down, aren't we? I'm going to take that short there. Two clear pushes up. The only trouble is I'm not convinced this is. I'm going to remove this for now. We've had a push, new low, two legs up. If that comes nice and bearish, which it could do, I'm going to go short there. Next one. Got to break above here first. Just so frustrating sometimes when it's a couple of ticks away from where you want it to go. Also a BOPB, break of something something. Okay. do look like we're getting some sort of a trend, don't we? Breakout, pullback. Ah, got you. Breakout, pullback, yeah. POPB. Major support line back to November the 30th. You're way ahead of me, bud. Oh, 39.50. Right, I got you. Okay. Yeah, sort of moving down, so maybe that's going to come into play. I'm not looking for shorts at the moment. Break of the channel and 2 measured moves to a new low. What about these measured moves here? I looked at that, but it didn't seem like measured to me. Where did you go from here? I'm assuming you went from here, didn't you? Yeah, sort of. Yeah, we're still, I mean, in my opinion, it's still bearish. But I'd want some confirmation and move down through this EMA before I think about taking a short. Hey Ahmed, how you doing, bud? Yeah, longs aren't quite in my remit at the moment. Everything I'm seeing at the moment is moving downwards. So that's tempting, isn't it? If you look at this, every time it's hit this line. But I don't think we're quite safe to do so yet. Well, when we get to the 39.62. 39.62. 68. It's tempting, that is, but I'm going to hold back because I'm not 100% sure. We've gone up, we've had a break. New high, big bearish bar. We are moving down. Thank you, bud. Okay, nice push down, isn't it? Yeah, I was tempted to go short there, but I caught out with them before. Especially where that's pushing up. I think a lower high for me. Enjoying. Thanks, mate. I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm glad I left that because I don't think that I'd have expected that to come down, so I'd have held on to that unless this is a lower high. The trouble is, it's a lower high above the EMA with the EMA pointing upwards, so that's making me nervous, even if that ends up bearish. Is that going to break above there? I wouldn't be shocked if there's some shorts in there, but I'm guessing the majority of them would have taken the points. I'm just thinking if this breaks above there, we're going to get a tiny little pop. It's quite choppy at the moment, isn't it? Choppy with a slight downward bias. See, it does seem to be using this line, doesn't it? But nothing really fits at the bottom, which tells me it's just more choppy than going to break that. Going to break that. You mean up here, bud? That's your name's Osam. Osam. Yeah, we've not seen you before, bud, have we? Going to break that. Go back to 39.66 up here. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's yesterday. Oh, you were here yesterday, were you? Or you've seen before? Oh, sorry, pal. Sorry, mate. I get that many thousands of people. My apologies, mate. My apologies. Glad you're back. Yeah, you might be right, mate. I think we may get rid of that now. Let's leave that there and bring this up. So let's have a look. Does that fit anywhere there? I don't know. Maybe get rid of that now. So yeah, we do seem to be in this range still at the moment, don't we? With this downward, this sort of downward line, which we've just had a break, haven't we? Be interesting to see what we get now, or whether we are going to go at the top. See, I still think we're bearish, so if we do get to the top, somewhere around here, and I can get a nice bar, I'm going to consider going short there. We've had a push up, break, one leg up. Well, you could say 1, 2. I class that as 1, I suppose. Looks like we're going up here somewhere. And I still think we're bearish. Although we have had a bit of a breakout here. Sometimes you can get one up here, but where from here, bud? Actually, to be honest with you, that's we've had a break. That's a nice place to go long, actually. That is, to be fair. The only thing is with me, I'm still thinking bearish at the moment. But good on you, mate. 10 contracts, 3 points. Happy days. 3 points on 10 contracts or 10 accounts. 10 contracts. What did you get? $1,500 there, if that's what I'm understanding. 10 contracts, 3 points, I suppose you are, yeah. That's certainly a lovely bullish bar, isn't it? I've got to say, I do love them when they're nice. See this one here? Nice and tight to the underside, nice and tight to the upside. Clearly pushed through and failed and pushed back up. They are lovely bars, them, aren't they? I do love that position, I've got to say, where they fit nice and tight to the upper side and for shorts, nice and tight to the lower side. You missed that long. Yeah, I suppose if you're going up here, first you could class that as possibly a failed. It's just a break, isn't it? We're expecting a new high, nice and bullish, perfect place. I'm still thinking long, that's why I didn't even look at it. Big bearish candle there. Making me nervous though. I've had this bit of a break from here, I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised if we come up here, and if we do, that one, if you went short there, not that you don't think you would, we possibly would. See, if I'm looking on the 10,000 tick chart there, we've come right back up nice and tight to the lower side of the EMA. So I'm still thinking bearish, I'm still expecting us to go lower. Whether we do that soon or yeah, it's still quite choppy, isn't it, really? I mean, if you're scalping a point, I'd say, yeah, have a go, but I tend to go for 1-to-1, which usually works out around about 3.5 points. And it's just too risky at the moment, isn't it? Yeah, I'm certainly not thinking along at the moment. To me, it's still bearish at the moment. But this is just chop, isn't it, though? So you took that 10 contracts. What was that? 3.5 points. It's not huge, is it? Slightly on the bigger side, but so we've had that break, haven't we? So EMA's pointing upwards, so it certainly doesn't look any more bullish than that, does it? Exactly where it is. So I get why you went long there. I did look at this one, but I didn't like the way it finished, and I didn't like the fact that I'd have preferred it up here, and by the looks of things, if there is anyone in there, you're going to get stopped out possibly. Possibly a spike in a channel, maybe. It doesn't fit too bad, does it? just wondering if anybody's gone first entry, second entry and taken that as a failure because it's triggered. Second entry possibly. I don't like the fact that it's, I don't want to be going along above here anyway, up here. I'm still not thinking long at the moment. I want to see what it does if it gets to here first. You're going long for a scalp. Not there, I hope. It's going to give me a setup. Right. Guess not. I hope you weren't going there long, bugs. It's treated you. It's triggered you. Mind you, the price is holding at the moment. So if anybody else has gone long there, I mean, it's a bit. I mean, in my opinion, it's a bit too far away from the EMA to go long, and there's no area from the top. So I'm just wondering whether you might have gone long here. Yeah, it's yeah. So if anyone went long there, I said there was a few longs in there because it did have a little bit of a drop. But I've got to say I do feel quite happy with sat here while it's like this. Because from what I've seen, if I'd have gone into a few places, they wouldn't have worked. So I do like the fact that if I decide to leave a trade and it would have stopped me out, it just tells you you know you're in the right mindset, which is always a positive thing. Yeah, I'm still thinking bearish, but it is very choppy, isn't it? It's as bullish as it is bearish at the moment. But if I look on the 10,000 tick chart, it's gone up quite tight to the EMA with a nice big bearish bar. But even on the 10,000 tick chart, it sort of looks a little bit sideways-ish, doesn't it? I'll do have a look at that now and again. All the way back to 39.55, which is where I'm about here. There is a push down, isn't there? Followed by a little sideways. Sometimes that'll do that, won't it? Pull down, a little bit sideways, pull down again. Interesting to see where we finish if we come down here. Definitely screen time's the key, isn't it? The more you sit in, the more you see these bars moving day after day. You do start to notice things, notice patterns, areas where you may have got caught out. I think just sitting here, just observing them daily is helpful. Okay, where are we coming down to? Let's put that there for now, somewhere around here. That's what I'm thinking. Very choppy, isn't it? Mind you, if you can trade this, and if you've got the patience to trade this, and the mentality to stay out when you need to, you're off with her, I think. Around here, yeah, there is. So I'm assuming, by the way you describe the market as a she, it's definitely a she to you. I think some days for me it's a she, sometimes it's a bloody horrible he. Hey Dylan, how you doing, bud? What's up yourself? Dylan, I used to have a dog called Dylan, a little white Westie. Love the name Dylan. Do you know, I considered, I bet it was a great dog. It was a super special dog, mate. Dylan, we had two, Dylan and Charlie. Got two cockapoos now, Molly and Wilson. And if you've watched the film, what's it called? Tom Hanks. Castaway. If you watch the film Castaway, when we take the dogs out and we shout, "Well, sir," at the top of your voice, you get some fun. You get some looks and some grins. That's why we named him after the ball in Castaway. This almost seems more up here now, doesn't it? Because price is stalling a little around here. There. Let's go with that. So this is like the nightmare of a trading day, isn't it? Every time it goes up somewhere different. These are just random ideas just to put there, just to see if something fits. Push down, new low, push up. What's it going to do exactly, mate? I don't know how people trade this, I've got to say. Obviously, people are trading it because there's plenty of movement in it. It's just, pretty sideways. I suppose some trade. Well, I suppose everyone trades different time frames, don't they? So shorter time frames than the 2000 tick, longer time frames. So I suppose people are buying, and I suppose some people trade ticks. I dare say. Okay, channel down, break new low, channel up. we can get up around here. Mind you, I still don't like the way that is. I don't know, sometimes I just put these to give me just a bit of an idea of where things may go. That clearly doesn't look right. Yeah, I think the trouble with me, see, if you were scalping a point, this wouldn't be, you know, I suppose if you took this one, or every time it come up, you took this one, you'd have got, you know, a point's not much movement, is it? But I think I trade 1-to-1 now, 1-to-1 minimum. If I take something up here and think it's going to go lower, I'll just sort of swing trade down a bit. I'll just pull me profit and then just slowly follow it down with me stop and try and get a little bit more out of it. But I always tend to do 1-to-1 now, minimum, which is around about 3.5 points. So the trouble is 6, 2, 4, 6. It's only sort of moving within 8 points, so I need nearly half of this. And there's nothing giving me confidence enough to take a trade where I need to get at least to the centre line from the bottom. But yeah, I suppose people are trading all sorts of constantly different time frames, aren't they? Which is, it's not just affecting this what we're doing; it's affecting it every different time frame that you're trading. I did 6 months of currency before I started this, and we'd trade with an hour time frame with a 4-hour anchor chart. You know, sometimes we trade the 15-minute chart or the hour chart. Or people are trading all sorts of different, which is why you're getting sometimes a varied, random movements. Win rate 1-for-1. To be honest with you, mate, I don't really know. If I go back over all the trades that I knew were a good trade, like that one, although I missed that one, that was a good trade. And what I did was I went back over charts like Daniel's, Marco's, and Max, and I just looked where the good trades were, and how, you know, what sort of movement was there. And it was a no-brainer for me. If you look at that chart, that was the trade of the day. There was another one very similar to that yesterday. Excuse me. And you can see what they made, can't you? If I'm taking 1-to-1, I think that's quite a small bar. I tend to sort of go around about the 3.5 points. So yeah, you know what I mean? That one. But all I can suggest to you is, if you may be thinking about trading a little bit more, is just go back over your charts and find out where those good trades were, and then just work out what movement it made after the signal bar. And I was blown away. I looked at Daniel's and Marco's trades charts for, this was about 6 months ago, for I think the last 3 or 4 weeks, and I think on Daniel's chart I counted about 36 trades, and every single one of them made over 2 points. And that's what moved me from a point to 2 points. And then I started watching the Penguin Trades guy, and he always goes minimum for 1-for-1, and he has a great win rate. And you don't need a massive win rate for 1-to-1. Realistically, including fees, if you're if you're getting over 50% right, over maybe 55-60% right, you're making money. And I would say, if I'm patient enough to take the to wait for the trades, I think I would say I've comfortably got to be 80% or more. The trades I know which, like for that one, to me, that trade for me was clearly 2 legs up. We're in a strong downtrend, clearly 2 legs up, right up to the top of this channel, beautifully bearish, right nice. I'd have put hard money on that was going to just push straight down. But I think you've just got to, you've just got to make your own judgments. I suppose the more you do it, the more you... Daniel Q Shin, I think his name is. He was on... he trades full time. He was on the Facebook group. I've not seen him so much lately, but occasionally he'll make an appearance. but I looked at his. You get to know certain people, and I knew that him and Marco were traded full time and they were good traders. And I just went back through the charts they posted over the last couple of weeks, and you can just look and tell what made what. And when I noticed Daniel's charts and I looked through 36 trades over, I don't know, it was a couple of 3 weeks or something like that. At one point he was posting his chart every day, and I could not find one trade that made less than 2 points. So that was a no-brainer for me. And when you're scalping a point and you make 5 winning trades in a row over a couple of days and you're up 5 points, and then you get one trade wrong, which is slightly larger bar, maybe 4 points, tick above, tick below, 4.5 points, taking away all the commissions, you're in the red. So you've blown away 5 trades with one bad one, 5 winning trades, one bad one. And for me, it was just, I couldn't continue to do that. So I know people are definitely trading more and more ticks now. I don't think there's many people just trading a point. I know Thomas tends to go from 8 to 10 ticks. But I suppose you've just got to try it, haven't you? Just keep looking back on your charts and look at other people's charts and work out what the good trades would have made. There's definitely some resistance here, isn't there? Which would indicate looking for maybe a long, but I don't like the way this is starting to get that curve. We did that yesterday. I took a trade similar yesterday and lost, but we've had a good steady downtrend followed by some sideways movement, which to me is still quite on the bearish side, and as far as I'm concerned we're going down. So I think a trade here would be risky. Yeah, I think Daniel still does scalp 1 point, mate. But I think if you look at his trades, he trades between 20 and 40 contracts. So it's what you're all happy with doing and comfortable doing, isn't it? Dan scalped 6 ticks. Yeah, I think he does do a little bit more than 4. There's some videos around of his on Mac's site that Mac's posted of him doing 4 ticks, but I believe he has traded a bit more now. But he's been doing it quite a long time and he makes a decent amount of money out of it. So I did ask him once actually, and he said, I find it hard enough to sit through movement of 1 point, let alone more. So at the end of the day, if he's making a decent amount of money, it's entirely up to you really what you want to do, isn't it? But from what I can see, bars are getting bigger and bigger at the moment. They're not too bad, but they're getting bigger and bigger. And all I do is just look, find the good trades, look through the day. Once the whole day's printed, you can work out where the good trades were and where you would have taken them, and then just work out how many points they made, and that'll give you an idea. It does look like we are starting to move down. See, if you've gone, even if you've gone from scalping 6 ticks to 4, theoretically you're earning an extra 50%. Your profit's extra 50%, which is it's quite a chunk, really. Just wondering if this is off. I'll move down. That may be a little bit of an overshoot. Cool. Yeah, take it easy, Dylan. All the best, buddy. You're reminding me of my dog now. You took that long. Which long? Not that big bar. Did you take that big bar? Or did you take that one? If you took that one, mate, you got balls of steel. What's that? That's about 5 points. 5.25 points if you took that one. But we have sort of worked between these two lines, so you could consider that as a failed breakout, couldn't you? The only bit that concerns me is the way it didn't come back up to the top here, and it looks like it's sort of losing momentum. But obviously something's pushed it up. It took that big bar, nice one. Yeah, 5.25. What was that? 5.25. So tick above, tick below, 5.75 points. Yeah, you can certainly class that as a failed breakout, can't you? We're sort of respecting this line, aren't we? And we broke out here, and we pulled back, we broke out here. The only bit that stopped me maybe thinking about the fact that this is slowly starting to dip, isn't it? Going for 3966 for the runner. Where's 3966? Up here, top here. I hope you get it, mate. Although it does look like it's dipping to me. Where are we? That's gone up 3 points, isn't it? Your honour may be getting stopped out here, buddy. I hope it doesn't for you. Go on, push up, push up. There goes your honour. Yeah, it does look like it's curving here. Every time it goes up, it's going up less and less. You miss more trades than you take. Do you know, I've had this debate with people before about market orders and limit orders. I tend to use, so if I'm going short, I tend to use just the market orders I do and then put them in where I sort of see fit. But I know a lot of people still use, if they're going short there, they'll use the sell limit orders. Right, I get what you're saying, mate. You mean somewhere in the lines of that, yeah? Your runner got stopped out, yeah. What did you do? Did you say you're doing 6 ticks on that? Did you do 6 ticks on that? I can't remember what you put before. Was it you put 6 ticks in? I can't remember. Yeah, we do seem to be missed a lot using limit orders. Trouble is with the limit order sometimes is I like the idea of a limit order because so many times I've dropped a trade in. I think I did the trade the other day and I had to reopen it 3 times before it took. Whereas a limit order, you can just drop it, can't you? And where you drop it, it'll either take it or it won't. The trouble is, sometimes they can run away. See this trade here, you may have got it, but sometimes they can just run away quick ahead of you. So I don't know, sometimes I think sometimes they're more hassle than they're worth. I get the idea of the only way I'll use a limit order is if I'm taking a long here, but I don't want to take that full bar, so I'll drop a limit order maybe back here and lower my risk. Apart from that, they can become a bit of a pain. So I'm maybe liking the look of this. First entry. If this breaks above here and comes down, but the EMA's flat again, isn't it? And if this comes down here, that might mean there's 3 bars stacking side by side. Missed that one you showed. Yeah. That one there. Yeah, mate, to be honest with you, I missed that one as well. which I'm gutted about because they don't look any better than that. That was clearly 2 legs up, hidden second entry short. We're obviously coming down. We've had that little bit of pullback. Trying to go higher again, and then off she went. You got me saying she now. But yeah, it is frustrating, isn't it? You know, on the odd occasion I've seen something good and it goes a little bit, I'll just hit the sell market button. It's probably not a sensible thing to do, but it gets the job done. Yeah, it is frustrating when you miss those, but you know, there's nothing you can do about it now. It's already gone, isn't it? You can beat yourself up all day about it. But yeah, I'm looking at this one, I am. I'm going to go short there. I think that's an okay trade, that. The only thing that's concerning me is this bottom line here a little bit, so I might have to... I mean, it's hard to say. We're looking bearish, aren't we? Yeah, that one there, yeah. Are you talking about this way? Failed second entry long? See, I'm still thinking bearish, I am. If you're going this way, failed second entry long. For me, it's feathering off. You may be right, mate. You may be right. See, it's gone up the first time, but it stopped here, isn't it? I'm going to get stopped out, aren't I? Oh, well. Okay. To the long side. I was tempted to give that an extra tick to here. Yeah, maybe I'm still seeing I'm still thinking lower, I am. Yeah, I wish I'd give it an extra tick now. Sometimes I do give it an extra tick. I don't know why I didn't there. At least then I've been able to get out of that. Where did I get taken out of that? There, yeah, I wish I'd give it an extra tick. I often do. I don't know why I didn't then. I'm not saying that was a good trade. I think it's clearly going sideways now, but at least it'll enable me to get out. Get out. I'm just going to nip to the bathroom a second. Excuse me a minute. Okay. Excuse me. Big bearish bar. Risky though, risky. And if this is a channel, we've had a bit of a break out the channel, haven't we? It's a big bar though, isn't it? No, I'm going to have to leave that in a minute. Spin that thing. Yeah, that's the trouble when it goes like this, isn't it? It's easy to get trapped. We take this one, first entry, failure, triggered, came back, may stop you out. Another short there, possibly. I don't know, it's sideways, isn't it, really? It's not the place to trade, really, if you can. Although I still think we're bearish. So we both lost out there, mate. We didn't help each other at all, though, did we? Compressing into a sim triangle. You still think long to reach 3966? That's up here, isn't it? Thereabouts. So I won't be shocked if we come tanking out the bottom of this. I kind of hope we don't, because I did consider going short there. Sort of two pushes up, but it's a bit messy, isn't it? Take it easy, pal. Ah, nice to see you, mate. I appreciate you turning up. Appreciate you hooking up. Have a good one. Yeah, so I'm certainly thinking down. I am. I don't think we got anything definitive here, but yeah, you've got to wait for the right setup. I think your right setup, and then off it'll go then. I'd want it to come down a bit, pull back a little bit, and then. Certainly does feel like hunting today. And on the 10,000 tick chart, it's just it's going sideways at the moment, but we still are. The EMA on there is pointing downwards, so it does look like we're I think we get another little push up here, and then I think we're off. Down we go. That's my thoughts. We're off to the races, as Matt calls it. Yeah, agreed. Still bearish, isn't it? Still looking bearish to me. Come up to here, made this sort of new high, and then we're slowly working our way down with the odd little bit of a push. But I think that was inevitable. That was likely going to pull back into here, but we do seem to be dropping off the edge, don't we? But it is waiting for a setup, isn't it? You get the wrong one, you get stuck again, but it does look like we're really trying to get up here. It's likely it's going to drop off, isn't it? Just, there's nowhere to go there. That's the trouble, is there? You can't, you jump into here, no, no luck, it'll just pop down and off it back, it goes back up again. Yeah, it's so tempting to go here, isn't it? It's pushed up 3 times now and it's ended up these bearish pin bars. It's so tempted just to go short there, but you just can't do it, can you, really? Not without taking a big risk. But we've had a push down, pull back, another push down, maybe we're coming down here, I don't know. If I took a short there, I'd just be taking a bit of a gamble, really, with a slight edge. I've done that sometimes, Brant. If I think something's maybe going up, I'll let it pull back a little bit along the bar, jump in and let it just go up, maybe take a few ticks or something. Yeah, I've done that a few times. This is what I was expecting. Push down, a little bit of a pullback, but it's just too risky, isn't it? Yeah, we're going to hit the low of the day. I think we already have done, haven't we? It's tempting going there, but it's not an honest setup, is it, really? You just can't do it. Not quite beat that low yet. This is going to be a small pullback followed by some more. I think we may get back up here a little bit, but I don't think we're going to pull back into this range now anyway. Not by the looks of that. There she goes. Hit this area again. That 450 that someone mentioned. Okay, remove them. Yeah, it is a dangerous market. It's just knowing when to stay out, isn't it? But, you know, sometimes if you sit there patiently, you'll get your reward. I mean, I've had a small win today, followed by a little bigger loss. I like to try and end green if I can. That was probably a little bit. Did I go here or something? Didn't I? I can't remember now. Was it here? I think I went short there. It's just a little bit too sideways. I should have waited there and been patient. But I'm $199 down, which I'm not mega worried about. You're going to get days where it's a bit tricky, but then you're going to get other days. Like I had one last week. I did 3 trades in a row, really beauties, back to back within 45 minutes. So you're going to get your days where you get your rewards, aren't you? And you're going to get days where you've got to sit there and not take a lot, and you may get a bit of a couple of scrappy points. I pull back in rejection off the bottom line. Judging how bearish it is, I don't think we're going to get a pullback, are we? Tempted to go counter. Yeah, well, I think we've all done it, mate. We've all done it. It is tempting, isn't it, after you've had that quick sharp push down to jump in there. But I've done it so many times, and it'll go up a little bit and then come down and stop me out, which it's looking like it's going to do now. And if you do get people going along there and their stops are it just gives it that then a little bit more momentum, and then people just jump on a bit more. Guarantee if you sit and watch it, up it'll go. But as soon as you get into it, down it'll go. Market's got a way of doing that here, isn't it? Sometimes you can feel like it's out to get you. Yeah, 2 terrible days in a row, yeah. Wasn't much better yesterday, was it? I wonder what really contributes to days like this. I wonder why things get, like this, really. I don't know enough about the markets in general to know why, sometimes we just get a lot more of a steady day, and then other times, there's no news today, so there's nothing that's going to impact that so much. I don't like to end in a day in the red if I can, and there hasn't been a huge amount of setups apart from the one I missed, so I'm probably going to sit here a little bit longer. But we've had this big push down, then some sideways. I wouldn't be surprised then if we get another good long push down. So I'm going to hang around a bit. I am. It's not even a lack of PA or volume. It's just no entries to take part in this movement. Yeah. We've had a nice big push down. It was similar to yesterday. We had that big push down. We had that quick spike down and a recovery, and then off it went again. So it does look like we've had this sideways movement with this sort of a bearish imbalance, which is starting to take over now. So I'm going to look for some shorts here or a short here. I'd just like to get in the green. I don't think I'm going to get a huge amount of trades, but sometimes I've just sat here a bit longer and one will just pop right up in front of you. So I'm going to sit here like the patient boy I am, and try and find myself something to take home. You've had this pattern again. We had it here, didn't we? And then off it went. So tempting, isn't it? Just to short them. Twice it's tried to push up, failed, isn't it? But I suppose you can sit and look at these patterns, can't you? And if you see lots of patterns that do that, that then drop, I suppose that'll build up a picture term. Maybe if you get 3 of those bearish pin bars in a row, it might be an option to think about taking a small risk. that occur after 12 p.m. and into early afternoon. So 12 p.m. I think he's 6 hours behind me, but that would be 6 o'clock my time. Yeah, sometimes I've done that. I've took a break, had some tea, and then come back. But I'm feeling quite calm and I'm quite content at the moment, so I'm quite happy sitting here longer. I'm still, relatively sure we're coming like this and then we're going to go down again. Something like maybe this. The ranges are downtrend, the lows as highs, all are going lower, and the EMA is pointing down. This is just a quick stab in the dark to see if I can't see us coming back up this high. I think we've been sort of bearish with a little bit of sideways throughout the day. If I look at the 10,000 tick chart, similar to what we spoke about a minute, we've had that nice big slow push down, bit of a break, new low, some sideways movement, and it's starting to dip off again. So I wouldn't be shocked if we do the same sort of thing. That's the sort of thing I'm thinking. In which case, I'm looking for some, a nice short entry to hopefully get me down there. And as tempting as it is to just jump in, they're habits I'm trying to get out of. Okay, that's a first entry. If we can get above here, maybe end up nice and bearish. Let's have a look. Doesn't look like it's ready to come down yet, does it? bit congested again, isn't it? Does on the 10,000 tick chart gives you an impression we're maybe working our way back up a little bit towards this EMA, or maybe we'll just pull up a bit and then off we'll go. We've spent quite a bit of time next to it here, which we did there, and off it went. Absolutely, mate. Congestion. Which sort of makes sense, doesn't it? We seem to be wanting to move down, but you know, maybe some traders are thinking we're going to come up and touch this. I think we've gone down too low now to come back into this range, considering, and some are thinking we're going to go lower. There's no real setup to go long or short there, really. So 4 top touches and 3 bottom touches with the nearest swing low. There's an actual really clean, shallower channel you can draw on the 10,000 tick chart. Yeah, there is. And it does look like it's gonna drop again, doesn't it? It spent quite a bit of time. I don't know. This is looking to me like we're coming down. Trouble is, there's no setup there at the moment. I can't see nothing really. As tempting as it is, there's no real setup, is there? New high, nothing there, which is a shame because it does look like we're going to just fall off the end again. I can't see a setup. Let me just maybe I can get something like this. It's not even a lower high, is it? It's tempting just to drop a short in there, bring your thing up here, and maybe catch some of it if it goes back down. But the trouble is, whenever I've thought that and gone into a trade and it's failed on me, and that's when I get frustrated with myself. So I keep saying to myself, you're going to get good days and you're going to get, you know, not so good days, but you've just got to follow the pattern. Maybe a lower high after a second entry short. Yeah, it sort of does look like it's going lower, doesn't it? It's so tempting, isn't it? Because we're congested here and we've just dropped a little bit, but I wouldn't be shocked if we pop back up here and stopped out anybody. See, it's broken below there, isn't it? But it's stalling here, isn't it? Let's see. See if we can break above here and end up being bearish. Yeah, I'm so tempted, but I'm going to hold back because I've got to keep trying to move forward and trying to improve. And these bad habits I've got of jumping in when something looks like it's bearish, but there's no real patterns. And patterns and strategy are there for a reason. And when it does things like this and drops down, it does make it hard, doesn't it? But the only way you're ever going to make it as a consistent trader is if you can follow rules, and if you break them every now and again when something looks like it may want to do something, then you're just not going to last the distance, are you? So I'm happy the way I can control myself, the fact that I can control myself. I'm hoping we get a bit of another push up followed by something bearish, just another try. Because we've come up here, we've broken, haven't we? We haven't, I suppose we've tried to test it a couple of times. See, if I'd have gone short there, my arse would be shaking about now. That's what I mean. It's so tempting just to come in here, and then what happens? You get triggered, and then up it goes, and boom, you're out. I'm hoping it makes a little bit of a push up here. See, that to me looks like a possible second entry long. Down, up, down. It's an engulfing bar, isn't it? But it's undecided. I'm just thinking if this comes down and breaks below here, I'm tempted to put a short just below that bullish bar because it's triggered. Now, whether there's anybody in that trade, I don't know. But if we do break down, we've had a new high. That's a lower high. So if we do break below there, I'm tempted to think about putting something in there, but I don't know yet. To me it looks like congestion, a failed breakout where the second entry triggers and the low high. Back on the inside of congestion, absolutely. Maybe as it is a push for this. I'm hoping we're going to break bearish, in which case I'm going to treat that as a lower high. But the way it's looking at the moment, doesn't look like it's going to finish bearish, does it? Definitely not. Let's get rid of it a minute. I've got to be careful about leaving these on here because, in fact, the way I went long and I fell second entry short. So you went there, did you? So you're in that trade now, are you? You're in that trade now for a scalp. You got your scalp then, yeah, you have, good on you. There is no fail second entry short. So look, if you come up for here, there's your first, there's your second. Yeah, technically I suppose. Let's have a look. First entry, second entry, third entry. It might not look like that on your chart, so. But I'm just wondering if this is sort of failed third entry. Yeah, I notice Max sometimes discounts some of these little pushes if it's only a tick, because on someone else's chart it may not tick lower. You know what I mean? So it's... Yeah. if you've got long there may be some more, and what is there, a couple of points. So I'm just wondering if we break below here, excuse me, that we're going to start moving down. And as tempting as it is to put a short order in here and maybe try and catch some stops, it's quite a risk right the way up to here. I wouldn't be shocked if we had a little push down now. But for me, we've had a break, new high. So there's no real setup there, is there? EMA is perfectly flat. I'd want to push down and maybe another pullback followed by a bearish bar before I think about going short. Fail second entry. No, someone told me once if something fails 3 times, it's got more chance of failing than the twice. I don't know. Let's remove this before I start to think that's the way it is. It quite possibly is. What I've just drawn there, that channel works on a that's it, isn't it? Let's pull it again. Yeah, if I look at that, I've gone up to daily, that's why. 10,000 tick change. Yeah, it's sort of the sort of chan light. It sort of works, doesn't it? It's sort of. I don't want to click on it because it'll shoot off behind, but we're sort of working our way down, aren't we? But we've had a good pull away from the EMA there, which tends to tell me you want to maybe pull back a little bit. Sideways again. I still think we're bearish, but it just doesn't want to go down easy, does it? Sometimes if you play around with these, you can surprise yourself, can't you? Yeah, JJ Productions, yeah. Yeah, failures. We are sort of downtrending here, aren't we? So failures here going along there is riskier, isn't it? See, we've had a break, new high, lower high, but we are congested a bit, aren't we? Depends how where this lower high finishes. Well, you could say first it's risky, isn't it? But I think we're back to the EMA now, so if it's going to move off down again, this is certainly where it's going to do it, isn't it? We tend to sort of work our way back to the EMA, and that's where it starts to think about if we're going down to move down. It's sort of rangy, isn't it? Depends how bearish this one finishes. I'm going to get an order ready just in case. So we pushed up, we've had a break, new high. This could be a lower high. Yeah, it's a lower high, but price is holding here, isn't it? It's a little bit rangy for me to go short just yet. Swords law, if I put a short there, it'll tick below and then come back up to the top here and then end up working its way down anyway. Although I may be wrong, I think it's risky. So that's triggered. Let's see where we go. That's triggered. Yeah, it's triggered there, isn't it? It's a second entry, but I don't know. It's risky, I think. It's a 9-tick bar there. Prices are struggling to get down below there, aren't they? Yeah, okay. I thought that'd do it at some point. I just thought it was a bit too risky. Yeah, I thought that was a bit risky. It's not pushed down convincingly enough for me that we're going down now. I wouldn't be shocked if that's sort of a bit of a breakout and it's going to fail. It's going to come back in here before it moves down again. I certainly think we're bearish, but excuse me a second while I just get to the bathroom. Yeah, fully gone short there. In fact, but it's possible. If this ends up bearish, there's a possible failed second entry long there. It's looking so stacked, isn't it? So we have dropped out the bottom and we've tried to come back in, haven't we? That's a failed second entry long, isn't it? Trying to go once, trying to go twice. It is still looking bearish to me. It is still looking bearish. Let's see if it comes back down and triggers as it's pushed up, and it's It's struggled to get up, hasn't it? Okay, we're in it now anyway. In fact, I'm going to take it above this one here. What's the risk there? 2.3. I'm not a fan of this, I've got to say. Certainly struggling to push up, but I really don't like the way we're going to do this. I'm hoping we're just going to drop, but I really don't like the way that's happening. I'm hoping if we can break below these lows here, we should hopefully. Correct, look at that. Hands handcuffed right now. Yeah, every time it's pushing up, it's struggling, isn't it? I think if we do manage to break, I think then we're going to maybe make another push down here. Cool, look at that. Come on, let's push a bit. Come on, let's get below here. Okay, now I think we may have half a chance now. I'm still not 100% happy. I'm just wondering if, see this bar here, whether there's going to be some longs in here. Oh, what have I done? What have I done? That's not filling me with confidence, put it that way. We've had this little bit of congestion. We've come down. We've sort of broken out of it. Pop back up. I'm still thinking bearish, but I'm not that confident. EMA still pointing down. Yeah, you're right. Certainly takes some nerve sitting here, I got to say. Just wondering, that's sort of a second entry long, isn't it? I'm just wondering whether there's going to be any longs in there that may get trapped. Got to say, the longer I'm in this trade, the more I want to get out of it. So I think if we can get a push down here again, I might try and get out of this. Although I still believe we are going to make a big push down. But I'm certainly going to be more comfortable if we can get below this bar here. Oh, if we can get below this bar here, then I believe down we go then. Come on, baby. Get down, break below that one. If you can break below that one, I think we're there. We should get a decent push down then. Need it to break below there because I think there may be some longs in there, I don't know. Okay. Now I think we're going down now. I think we're safe to say we're going to go a good push down. If we can break below that... Oh, shit. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. I'm not sure what happened there. I could come out there. If we can get down below this one, I'd say we're coming down then. I can't believe I left it here and I got a bit stuck there. That was a silly mistake. Here. If we can get below here, yeah, there we go. Oh, I'm frustrated. I've done that now. I think we're going to come right down now. The second leg of this down. Oh, I'm frustrated. See if this ends up bearish. I'm tempted to take this. No, in fact, no. I prefer it closer to here. I still think we're coming down. Just wondering whether there's going to be some longs in there. I'm quite surprised we didn't come right down here then. It's been sort of trying to do it. If we look for the day, we had that sort of big steady push down, didn't we, and then a correction, and this looks almost like it's the second measured move, which I still think is going to happen. If I'm going to sort of take it from here, about here, you know, up here somewhere maybe. I can still see we came down, didn't we? We had a bit of a break, made a new low. We've tried a few times to get back up, and we seem to be failing every time. Yeah, Brant, yeah, that's the problem, isn't it, when you're at the new low for the day? Do we continue to go lower? Where do we go? There's nothing really to bounce off of. It just gave us that impression it was really struggling, wasn't it? And we had that quick push down, followed by a bit of a correction. See, we've come here, haven't we? We've had this new high, lower high, but I can't take those. I'm hoping it comes nicely, tightly back up here again, and I'm just not going to take anything that far away from the EMA. I've learnt my lesson. Where did I come in? There, wasn't it? When I came out there. Yeah, see what there was probably a few longs in there because we had that quick and then back up. I think I was bringing my stop down, and I was looking at here and the bottom, and I didn't pay attention to it pulling back up, which is why I came out for it for about, I don't know, half a point or something, was it? When was it? 47, 3/4 of a point. Okay, so first entry. Now if we get if this turns bearish, I like the way that is. I'm going to go short there. We've had this push down. I'm still expecting something similar. I'm hoping it just doesn't end up too big, but that to me is a good looking trade. And if you look at that, there, it's a second entry long. That there may be some longs in there, see? And if it breaks below there or there, it's not going to end up bearish though, is it? Bearish enough, I don't think. No, that's no good for me. I do love them there, but that's... No. Hey mate, how you doing, buddy? Just finished work, have you? Are you still at work? Maybe at home now, aren't you? It's been a bit of a funny old day. Lots of sort of sideways, choppy. I sort of had a trade. What have I had? I had a win, small win. I ended up getting out. Had a smallish loss, and I just took a short here and left, brought me stop down too quick and got stopped out. So I'm a little down. Finished here. Yeah, it's been a sort of it was that area that was choppy. It was quite messy. We had this reasonably good. That was the one of the day I missed. I dropped my order and then it just went off without me. That was the corker, that was. We've had this nice little push down, then we've made some sideways and we're starting to tip off the end again. Hopefully we might make a second leg down, but I thought it would have gone by now after all this, but it seems to... It really seems to be holding, doesn't it? I did look for a short there, but it didn't finish out nice. Still pushing back up. just wondering whether if it drops below here we might get a bit of a push. Yeah, it has been quite messy. It was a bit like yesterday. Having said that, though, there has been, like yesterday, there was a couple of good trades. It's just having the patience to sit through all this chop, isn't it? There was one there which I missed. That was a beauty. That was hidden second entry long. Look at that nice big move. Little pull back down here. But I dropped mine in here and it just went off without me quick. Too quick. It's always a way in it. That's the frustrating thing when you wait so long and you see something and you jump in and bang, it goes off without you. Just goes to show how good a trade it was because there'd been a lot of shorts there. Still at the bottom of the down channel, the 10,000 tick. Yeah, we are. It does look like the 10,000 tick. It needs to come back up to the EMA, really, doesn't it? Depends how bearish it is. See, we had this, if you look further up, where we sort of opened and then we had that big couple of drops. But it does give you the impression that it needs to come back up a little bit, which I'm assuming is the top of this channel, isn't it? So prices is finished there, isn't it? There and there, so maybe it might come up here and to the top of this. Go to 39.38 down here. Yeah, I'm certainly expecting it to come down. I got this measured leg marked, although it does seem a bit optimistic, I've got to say. But I'm certainly seeing bearish, but I thought it would have gone a lot more. When we saw this sort of struggling in, we had that quick push, I was expecting it to sort of really drop down, but it hasn't quite gone as dramatically as it was expecting. See this big bearish bar here? I'm thinking there may be some shorts in there, some longs in there, which is why we've had that little bit of a, yeah. There were some longs in there, and it hit their stops, which is why we got that quick bit of a push down. I did consider putting a trade there, but it's quite a big bar, and sometimes you'll get them and it will drop quickly, but then it'll come back up before you get a chance to get your stop down there. I know there was another guy that, what's his name, Merce. He was around for a while, and I think most of his trades were just catching stops. I think that's what he started focusing a lot on. He invited me to a forum which I had a look for a while, but it just I found I couldn't focus on that and this at the same time. Key support for this breaks, look out below. Yeah, I've been saying bearish all day, but there's been no really good setups. Trouble is with this, I mean, I took this and I ended up making a bit, but if I look back, then, you know, I probably shouldn't have done really, because it is congested, isn't it? And then we had this area. There's just nobody's got an idea what it's doing. But it's still not going down as quick as I thought. Once it went, I thought that would be it. Off it goes, but it comes down a bit, stalls a bit, comes down a bit, stalls a bit. 39.48. So here. Thing is, I mean, that looked like a lovely place to go short. Second entry short. The trouble is it came down lovely bearish, and I thought if you got in that trade there, it's triggered you. So if we can get down below there, it might push. Certainly if we can get down below here, but it just came down lovely, but then it pushed halfway back up, didn't it? And you mean 39.48? Have I just gone on for no reason? 39.48. Yeah. See, I went here, which in all fairness, it worked. I had a little bit of luck on my favour, and obviously the momentum of the day. I mean, we'd had a push up, we'd had a break, new high. That was certainly a lower high, but you know, in my honest opinion, it was still in a bit of a congested area. Or was it push down, push up? Maybe not. Maybe it wasn't as bad as I thought, but I think I was just clutching a bit there. Here we go. That's what I expected. I thought it was going to do it up here, though. What the fuck? Sorry about my language. I think this channel I drew, actually, it doesn't look too bad. Like 100 point, I wish. Wouldn't that be nice? You know, if I took 100 points short, I would be seriously worried whether Apex was going to pay me. The thing is, if you've seen the way Apex, their sniper systems trades, they do take lots of runners and they do go for lots of points. So trading a contract or two, winning $1,000 on a trade for them is nothing out of the ordinary. So we tend to not, you know, have profits as big as that. They tend to lose more and make bigger profits. We tend to sort of lose less and make shorter profits. So even if you did happen to, excuse me, you know, take a short up here and you run it for 30 points or 25 points, which I've done in the past, I don't think there's an issue of paying you. It was a valid trade. You know, you didn't up your contracts or anything. You just decided to swing it lower. Would be a beautiful day trading an EMA strategy on the minute chart. I don't have a look at the minute chart. They have a minute chart on TradingView, but I only have the free version, so they don't let you go down past, I think, about 15 minutes. The trouble is you can't take anything down here, really, can you? This is what I thought it was going to do around here. We tried this, we struggled to get up, and I thought then we were going to go off like a rocket, but see if I'd have held on to that. The trouble is, see, hindsight's a wonderful thing, isn't it? It's a real shame that didn't end nicely bearish without that wick, because I'd have gone short there. I love taking those trades nice and tight to there, and that would have been a cracker. So we've run this measured move out, haven't we? Here and here. Yeah, it's been tough for a few days. I wouldn't say we've had really good days lately. There's certainly been the odd one good trade, but nothing really more. The one I pointed out earlier that I missed, that's the only one I would say good solid trade I've seen, which is obvious. And same with yesterday, there was only one really, what I would personally say is a good solid trade. So it's definitely quieter lately. I've even noticed on people like Mac's charts and Marco's charts, they've got a lot less entries. So I suppose you've got to take it as it comes. Some days you'll have great days, one after another. You know, you might end up three or four or something like that. Good solid trades, and then you're going to have a few days like this where it's I class as the bits I've got today as just scrappy. If you notice, I've been dragging my stop down, just trying to scrappily get a point or two, just to. But I probably should be leaving those. In fact, I'm going to try and do it in the future from now on. I'm just going to try and wait for those obvious ones because it's just too risky otherwise. If you wait for those beauties, like that one earlier, you're going to get 90%, 95% of your trades right, I think, as long as you've got the context right. Still think it's possible we could make this second big leg down. Now we have come out the bottom just a touch here, but that to me is not a convincing overshoot. In fact, if I take that from maybe something like that, let's have a look. Maybe that's a spike and channel. Let's have a look at that. Maybe that's a spike and channel. That seems to fit okay around the bottoms, doesn't it? Bit of a spike. Certainly catch one of these. Touch, yeah. I can't see where else it might work. Possible second entry short. Yeah, on the 10,000 tick chart, it does look like it's might be heading back up towards the EMA. If we can, yeah. I've been caught out with these before. You get something bearish here, but we're still in that channel at the moment. I mean, if it's very bearish, they can just drop out of there, but I tend to try and avoid them because no my luck, it'll trigger, come back up, then end up stop me out, make a nice big bearish bar, and then end up going where you wanted it to go. Two massive legs down. Well, I drew that leg. Yeah, I just got rid of that a minute ago. But that's what I drew, and it went down to sort of the nearest tick from there. Sorry, from there. It finished nicely there. So I saw that run out and then I moved it. Just wondering whether we're going to do something like this. Big push down from there, bit of sideways with a bit of bearish imbalance, and then we're down again. So that's why I thought it would pull back. Yeah, it is pulling back somewhat, isn't it? But I'm still getting the impression we're going to go short. I'm still thinking short, I am. That's the second entry short, isn't it? Is it going to let me? It is sort of two legs up, isn't it? And a break. I'm going to give that one extra tick. I'm hoping we break below this here. That's it. Okay, I'm a bit more convinced we're going down a bit further now. How far, I don't know. And we're going to break these lows. They went pretty low. I just want to try and come out of this up for the day. I don't like what it's doing, but I still think it's a good trade. I prefer it to not have this bit of a stem. Okay, it's a second entry short. It's quite bearish where I like it. I think my dog in the background whining, he's trying to get in. It'd just be nice to get up in the green today. I'm going to keep my stop relatively tightish. My only concern is if we bounce off the bottom here, I'm hoping we're going to go lower. It takes some nerve sometimes, doesn't it? Sometimes you've just got to trust your trade, haven't you? I'm so tempted to just get something. But sometimes you've just got to trust your trade. Now we're at the bottom now, that's what makes me nervous. But I still believe we're bearish, so I'm just going to try and keep my patience and let it work its way down to my... I think if we break lower than this, then maybe... Yeah, okay. That's what I was hoping that's going to happen. There's probably going to be... Because we've had this channel, we've had a break, and we've had this... So there may be some longs in here, which is why I thought when it breaks through there, it will just give it a pop. That's why I held back on my stop. But I don't know what it is lately. Sometimes the longer I sit in here, I seem to doubt trades when that was clearly 2 legs up. It was a break, big bearish bar right at the EMA. I'm thinking bearish all day long. The thing was we had this nice big push down, and I've just wondered whether we would break these bottoms, but which is why I held with my stop and thought if it can get below this bar here, then there's probably going to be a few longs, which cause it then to just give it that quick little spike lower. My chart doesn't look like yours. Yeah, to be fair, mate, I adjusted something here that somebody mentioned. They never really do. They're always going to be different. Sometimes bars I've looked at are very, very close, and others, some days, when I watched this Panda guy, some days it almost looks like he's trading a different chart. Yeah, if I'm perfectly honest with you, mate, I've seen better trades than that. The only reason I went for it is because we had 2 pushes up here. And technically it's a second entry. There's a first entry. Second entry. It's about as bearish as it is. I like the way it's sitting below the EMA, but I would maybe, in a different life, I'd have preferred a lower high. But, I'm pretty sure we're coming down here, so I thought if it's going to go short, that's possibly a way of doing it. And at the end of the day, I ended up... I'm $210 up near enough, so considering it's been a bit scrappy for me, I've been a little bit scrappy. I was a bit stupid there. I lost confidence in my trade, brought my stop down too close, and probably ended up getting less than I should. So I don't know how many trades I've done, probably 4 I think all in all, haven't I? I think it's probably best if I yeah, see, I still think we're going down there, but it's been quite... We've been we've been trading a while now, haven't we? R2, R3, R4, R5, R6, so 4 hours. And I think considering... How many have I done? 1, 2... 1, 2, 3. I think there was another one somewhere, 4. So 4 trades for the day. I'm gutted I missed that one, I've got to say. But a couple of them were a bit scrappy, so what I can take away from today is, some days it's going to be like this, and the clever people, the clever guys will sit patiently, as frustrating as it can, maybe get up and take a break or something. But I genuinely think I'm moving in the right direction now. And I'll 100% say it's down to streaming, because it does make you. I'm operating completely different. I'm not having any urge to jump in at all. Although I don't like a lose, the feel of a loss, it's not affecting me nowhere near. So I think part I've come full circle, and part, but I think for the majority, it's my dog's whining away. For the majority, it's definitely trading with people watching you. So thanks, mate. Yeah, I generally feel I have. To me, this feels like night and day now. I'm still a little bit scrappy, but more importantly for me, I'm not jumping in and blowing accounts, which I've been doing now for such a long time. I seem to have got on a little bit of a rut. It's almost like being in a bad relationship. The slightest thing sets you off. But I feel like now I've maybe gone full circle, and I'm moving on to that next level where I've got enough skills to be able to make money. But I've thought that for a while. But the bit that's holding me back was not being able to control my emotions. But that seems to now start to be falling into place. So I'm really pleased. So I appreciate all the comments. It's quite a nice. What's there been, up to sort of 30 people, but there's maybe 5 or 6 of us who've been chatting nicely, and I like that. It's nice to run ideas off each other, isn't it? It just, something that I think with this, the more heads are better than one. But I hope I've been, I haven't bored you to death. I do tend to waffle on a bit, but I think that's the nature of, working by yourself. But I'm going to mark my chart up in a minute and post it on Facebook. But I've nearly hit half my target now, so we're about $30 under 1,500. So day 4 today, so we're halfway there, and a green day, 4 green days in a row. So I'm pleased about that. Sometimes I do expect too much, and I've got to realise that it's not all roses. So look, I appreciate all you guys. And I'll be here tomorrow from around about 9:30 Eastern Standard Time. So have a great rest of the day if you're trading, and have a great evening. And I will catch up with you lot tomorrow. I appreciate you sticking with me and hooking up with me in the day. It's great to have some company. So stay safe, and I'll see you lot tomorrow bright and early.